Okay, and we get started here. The first one is the liquor bill relative delinquent payment of accounts by on-premise and off-premise licensees. Um, So unfortunately, we should have taken this up last week, but I failed to put it down. I failed to do it. And so now we need to discuss it. Do you have an extra pen? All right. Uh, okay.
Raises 100 to 250.
Yeah, so basically it raises the dollar amount, the minimum dollar amount. The law has been on the books for a very, very long time. And so raising it is pretty nominal. Um, the commission has no problems with the higher dollar amount. I mean, I mean, it is an interesting law. It's the idea that because the commission requires when the beer distributor's filing, it has to report the sales of beer and the collection of the tax, and so theoretically, the beer distributor has to pay the tax to the commission, and so the beer distributors want to make sure that they've actually been paid themselves, and so we do have this law on the books. Uh, but so, but the dollar amount is de minimis, and some people, who knows what the reason why they haven't paid that, whatever that small amount of money. So the idea of that they have to be put on the bad boy list and uh, seems a little ridiculous for just $100. So, any questions? Okay. So who's here? We got, because I know Batusek is off. Bill signing. Lil, you're here. Anita's here, and Jason's here. Okay. So, anybody want to make the motion? You want to carry this bill forward? No one else? This is where exec is next week. This is just the subcommittee, and you're not on it. So. Okay, so I'll make the motion of ought to pass.
Okay,
Do I have a second?
second.
Okay, any discussion on the motion of ought to pass? Seeing none, all those in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. No. Okay. All right. 4-0. All right. Moving on.
Right on schedule. 10:09.
Marvel how I do that. Okay. So what's the next one?
197.
What are these? All right. Okay, so this is the Secretary of State's housekeeping measure. So who we have from the Secretary of State's office. And it's a myriad of different little issues. Nothing, does anybody have any questions in anything? 197. So this is the business. Okay, so Representative Ammon, Cole, Thaxton, Hunt, McAleer, Herbert, and Filio. Okay. Anybody have any questions or concerns? Seem like a pretty straightforward, everything. And we're creating a whole new corporation type, PBC. Is that a new type or how,
Good morning, everyone. Yes, no, actually, we currently have in New Hampshire public benefit corporations. However, when someone designates themselves as one, it does not indicate it in their title. They still list themselves as an Inc. or corporal limited.
someone has to look it up to see
So
what,
yeah, so in most states, they allow them to use that ending PBB,
right, like
PBC.
LLC, but you
Yeah,
can write
that
PB.
basically tells the public that they are a public benefit corporation. We have out-of-state companies that register here that have that designation, and we can't allow them to register under that name because we don't recognize it in our statute. So this simply would just allow us to allow our domestic benefit corporations, if they choose to, use that as a place of Inc. or Corp. And foreign corporations who register here who have that in their name could register under that designation. So it's just a matter of they oversee more of just an
So
identification.
is it a charitable trust and is it a nonprofit or is it a B Corp?
It's a B Corp.
Ah,
Yeah.
the infamous B Corp.
Yeah,
yes.
B Corp. Yeah, correct.
Yes. This committee did pass B Corps many years ago, and it is. I guess it's supposed to be a nice C that you're allowing the corporation to be much more in taking care of the public and warm fuzzies for the employees, and it's almost like an ESG corporation, right? It must be. I assume PBC,
It's
public
interesting-
then must get
yeah.
good ESG
Yeah.
scores.
Well, let's say if someone elects to become a benefit corporation, they may or may not choose to go through what they call the B corporation process, where they set up a very high rigid set of standards to be able to note themselves as a B Corp. But for example, there are a few small companies here in New Hampshire who just make it a point to say that 10% of our profits are going to go back into the community,
Right.
and they don't have to maximize their returns to the shareholders. They're allowed to designate a portion of their earnings directly back to charitable. They provide a report once a year that they post on our on their website and in our records that indicate what they did with those funds.
Okay. All right. So, any questions on this piece of bill? Everybody okay? Okay. Anybody want to make the motion? Okay. Representative Thaxton, great. And seconded by Representative McAleer. Okay. Representative Calabro. She's not on it. Okay. So, Representative Cole. Okay, all those in favor of to pass, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 zip. Okay. Thank you. All right. Next is. All right, so 67 is what I chose next. Oh, we didn't do 64. That's the first one on this list. All right. Well, we got a lot of people for 64, so let's do that one. Oh, no, we got somebody from the department who probably wants us to take care of her bill first. Okay. All right, we'll do 67 and then we'll do 64. So. Okay. All right, 67, weights and measures. So, weights and measures, are you under agriculture or not labor, right? It was always be why elevators were under labor. I never understood that one, but okay. And this is, again, housekeeping, right? It didn't say you requested it, but I assume this was, you guys requested this bill? You requested this bill? Yeah, okay. Okay, so pretty benign. Any questions from the committee? Everybody good? All right, anybody want to make the motion? Okay. Okay, to pass. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Thank you very much. All right, now we'll do 64.
My wife's not on that.
All right. I will try to do better. I know okay. We're gonna do 64 now. All right. Okay, so yes, Representative Phelan.
I would move ought to pass on 64 since establishes a study commission. After hearing the public testimony at the public hearing, I actually worked with OLS on trying to develop a legislative solution. And I've actually literally taught the course on legislative drafting at UNH Law. And this is a head scratcher that there is no easy legislative solution to this one. After working with OLS and having another attorney in the room, we can't figure it out. And I think that's the quintessential time when you have a study commission trying to figure out where do we go from here on this type of problem. That this is only asking for a study commission. This is not actually getting a legislative fix. And given that we have so many people in the room saying we have a problem here, we lose nothing by creating a study commission to take the next step forward of asking the question, where do we go from here? It may be that there is nowhere to go from here, but our job is to listen to our constituents, and our constituents are saying, we have a problem, and now we need to address that problem.
Okay, Representative Thaxton.
Well, I disagree. The people who came before us clearly have a remedy in their existing homeowners associations agreements, documents, which they signed when they bought these properties. They don't like the results. And I think it is inappropriate to try and go into those contractual agreements between the homeowners associations and the people who own these properties and try and micromanage them. They do have other remedies. The question here is they have other remedies. They've got plenty of other remedies. They don't like them. They don't want to hire an attorney to defend their rights. And the real reason that I object to this is because it opens the door to a whole series of other things in real estate where I don't like the results of the facts, so I want the state to come in and modify it. I don't like where my driveway is, so I want somebody bigger than my next door neighbor and me to work that out because I don't want to hire an attorney or a surveyor. There are so many tens of thousands of issues like this in real estate that it's a completely impractical to go into this. That's my considered opinion.
Okay, Representative McAleer.
Thank you. I actually totally agree with Sean on this. These people came to us last year. They really are desperate. They really don't have the power or the teeth in some of these things. And I think it is at least worth a study to see if we can find something that has the teeth in it to help solve these people's problem. They really don't have the power. And if they had, and whatever they have, they unfortunately don't know how to use it. So there's got to be a solution out there, and I think we need to find it. Thank you.
Representative Burrows.
Yeah, I was just trying to look it up. Is there not an advisory or oversight board for condo associations or something like that?
There is.
Well, would something like that be appropriate?
Well, I would say, if anything, I'd say tag it, they're it. Because I don't really understand any difference between these and a condo, condo and homeowners.
I'd like to hear
Organisa-
if Sean.
So
feels
to
that way.
me, is that if you were to say is just put this under that same body, that would, I guess that would make the most sense, because to me, there's no difference. What do you think, Sean?
I thought the same. However, going to OLS, it's not the same for a number of technical reasons. So my initial thought was, let's just loop these into the chapter on condos. However, if we did that for a number of technical reasons, which were explained to me, we would break the condo statute, which would lead to disastrous results for the state. So we would have to write a mobile home chapter, which is more work than we can do on the fly. The closest analogy actually is the co-op statute, such as your Concord co-op down the road, but that's an imperfect analogy to try to loop something like a food co-op onto mobile homes. So we don't have any perfect analogy to what these actually are, which is why we actually need to create a chapter in the statutes for what these are. They're a weird hybrid between condos and a co-op, but we don't have the perfect legislative fix, which is why we need a study commission to try to figure out what is this apple and orange. It's a pear, but we don't have a pear chapter right now in the statutes.
But if we retain the bill, we could do the same thing.
We don't, because this is a study commission.
I know.
bill.
So
Yeah,
I'm just saying is if the idea is we want to take what we've already have in statute and make it work for manufactured housing parks. And I assume it to be all manufactured housing parks, but I know that HB2 actually repeals it. HB2. So at this point, there's, in my mind, there's no difference between retaining a bill and creating a study committee, other than that you've got senators there. So what senators bring anything to the table, or whether they'll show up, I don't know. So my thinking is that we're better off just retaining and doing what you're saying. I mean, we'll retain it, and I'll put you chair of the subcommittee, and let you figure something out. What do you think of that?
Well, I love being volunteered, so my summer is gone now, but I think
No, you don't have to do it, but the summer. This doesn't start until September. But the speaker did say you could if once we retain it, that you could begin work in June if you. June is he said you can do it, but then say it can't conflict with committee conferences. So forget that. Just so it started in September, and you have 2 months to come up with an answer.
well, the problem is that it's writing a chapter is not 2 months of work. This is legitimately a true effort to create something that's parallel to the condo statute is going to take 2 months, and it's going to take something that's beyond the capacity of the limited resource of the committee that we need to actually.
Well, no, what I'm saying is, the study committee doesn't have any more. There's no more extra resources to a study committee.
Can OLS assist with this?
What's that? I'm
Can
sorry.
OLS assist?
OLS will need to assist
Yeah.
because
Well,
we're,
once you
Yeah.
draw something up, you would take it to them.
we're gonna need to get some heavy lifting here for creating something analogous to the condo statute. And
Yeah.
that's assuming that the answer is something analogous to the condo statute. There could be something that is existing that we use. The question is what do we need? It's assuming that there is a legislative fix. It could be write a better contract.
I think this is a great bill for you
Yeah.
to work on this fall.
Great.
I think retaining is the right idea.
Yeah, me too.
Does I don't know whether I should say this. Maybe I shouldn't. Okay. Never mind. I won't say that. But I mean, just in what Representative Thaxton say about they could hire an attorney. a lot of people don't have money to hire an attorney.
But this doesn't hire any attorney.
I know, but I'm just saying, with that argument, you
Right.
know, the attorneys are expensive. They're like $700 an hour.
Sure, okay. Yeah,
I-
turn your mic on. Here you go.
Do you understand what this thing is? The people who developed these parks did not have an exit strategy. And the Department of Agriculture came along and said, hey, here we can do a good thing for poor people. And so instead of having a owner, we're going to help the owners get rid of their white elephant, the park, and we're going to finance this thing to all of the owners. And now, whether you wanted to be an owner or not, now you're a 153rd share of Happy Town Trailer Park. And that we create a board to run it, which is your association. So I can see Sean's point. This is a heffalump. It's half elephant, half not. There are remedies that were written into all of those contracts for the governing board. If you have a legitimate, well, again, back to the lawyer thing. I mean, there's a lot of things you need lawyers for that people can't afford. That's a common problem. But I think rather than kill the day with this thing, I would support Sean and on his subcommittee.
And he's a lawyer. He's
Yeah,
a
I
chief
know,
lawyer,
$100
right?
a year.
Yeah,
There's
you
a
can
lawyer.
afford
We actually, all it
They
costs
could hire
is
him and
mileage.
He'd make more money. So, I'm happy to serve on that committee, subcommittee.
I think you should, as
Yeah.
be in the real estate. And
Yeah, and I'm familiar with these. We have several of them in Cheshire County. Personally, I think every one of them was an economic tragedy for the people who were forced into these things. But it was a great deal if you owned a trailer park that you didn't know what to do with and you were 70 years old. And that's what all of them are. So, yeah, I'll deal with it. But I think from the perspective of today, I think it should be retained and sent off to a subcommittee to study it. We might not come out with a perfect piece of legislation.
You
We
already-
might not come out, but we'll have a better idea what the problem is anyway.
Okay.
okay. All right.
Charge $700 an hour.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you get 100 per year.
Okay. Representative Fila, second by Representative Hunt, moves to retain.
Can I just make a comment?
Representative Inman has, yes, for discussion, yes.
Yeah, I'm, this is not my bailiwick, so I would not like to serve on this subcommittee, but I just wanted to comment that this bill creates this study committee. It has 3 state reps and 3 senators. It goes until November 1st this year, so it's only a few months anyway. It's the same timeline as if we retained it. But we did hear from our constituents. I just want to make it clear that this bill was heard in the Senate and all the interested parties came in and testified, and it was heard in this room. We heard from all the interested parties. So, we are making the best decision based on the information that we've received. So I think retaining makes the most sense because we have that information that we heard here and any future information. So,
And I think it's in good hands. Okay. Any more discussion on the motion to retain? All those in favor, please raise your hand. Representative Spear, you're not on this
Well,
committee.
she supported it in principle.
Okay. This
Business.
is a business. We're 67. Oh, am I looking at the wrong thing? Geez, sorry.
Why are you here, Carrie?
For the mileage.
You're good for the
Did
mileage.
I
Well, I don't think you get mileage if you're not supposed to be here. Didn't I see an email on that?
John, you took my vote on the last bill.
I know, and then I read and went back through and changed it. So, okay, because you're not on the list here. I don't
You
have.
Very strange list, I've noticed.
Okay. All right. The motion passes 6-0. Okay. So business. So who do I have on here? Herbert. I don't have Burrows. Right, right. So I have McAleer, Herbert, Philo, Spear. Okay, and well, I'll tell you what. You're here for Herbert, anyways. So
Did you look at this?
1, 2, 3. I'm just looking at what was printed here, and obviously it's wrong.
Are you saying I'm voting for Herbert or not?
You can vote for Herbert. All right, so Spear, and then Herbert, and we'll have Burrows replaces. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is it really 8? Yeah, there's 8 people on it. Okay, the vote passes 8-0. Okay. Okay. So, all right.
Which is that?
All right.
Oh,
Yeah,
What's the bill?
I know we had trouble in the beginning, and that's why. Okay. Phew. All right, we're all done.
We have 102.
No, I said, yeah, I'm just,
The Jones Act.
all right, Jones Act. Okay. All right, who likes this bill?
you can, how many did you find studies on this?
I've
250?
done a lot of work on this thing.
Just-
Does anybody want to hear it since nobody likes the bill anyway?
Well,
Okay, fine. I don't have a problem with not saying anything.
right,
I mean, it's so bad, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Senate, 5-0.
yeah, I'm just trying to. Okay,
I'll keep it simple anyhow. Outside of all the research, I'd move ITL since the state lacks power over federal bill anyhow.
I'll second the motion.
well, the idea was if that to convince the feds to do a waiver, they needed some economic evidence to do it.
We don't need a state study committee and a state bill to do that. We're perfectly capable of sending a letter to Senator Shaheen and Hassan anyhow. So
Well, glad you bring that up because I have big issues with resolutions. So what I've always said, instead of having a resolution, is that I would keep the bill alive in committee. So people would always say is that we are considering something, but that so therefore when there's documentation somewhere along the line about what's going on in different states, like NCSL does report, they'll say that Commerce, the New Hampshire still has the bill, so that we are conscious of it, and because I've always thought resolutions are not worth the paper they're printed on. That in this way, I mean, I would say over the years we would have an issue. I mean, we started out way back when, and the issue was Crow Dickinson, who was a state rep, and he was Crow was up in your area, wasn't he? Yeah. Conway, he's still around, right? Is he?
Yeah, he's the one who got arrested at the airport for having.
Yeah, for having a gun in his bag. Yeah, but anyway, so Crow the issue was that people from the Maine tax guys would come into the state and audit appliance stores and businesses that were selling and seeing whether they were not charging the sales tax. And the issue was sales tax collection. And so obviously we were never going to pass that bill. I mean, that's, there's a reciprocity, but we always kept the bill alive. We always retained it. We always kept the bill alive so that he can always say, well, we're very concerned about this issue, and then we have it, and we're working on it. But of course, now we have YouTube, and they now heard what my motive is. But they'll never find us on YouTube, right?
Well, everything's on YouTube, but you could also equally say that the Senate passed the bill by whatever
Right.
vote the Senate passed the bill by. I suppose the other wisdom of retaining this bill is who knows what happens when we put something onto the floor of the House.
So we would have another bite at it anyways come, next year in October, when we have to decide again what to do with it. So Representative Spears.
I think the bill should be retained and go into a pile that says it should never see the light of day. And the reason I say that is I actually did the investigation to find out what the impact of Jones Act was on our heating bills and our electricity. And it turns out it's, in the case of heating bills, there is no impact. In the case of electricity, it's, if you compare it to some of the other things, and JP Morgan is big into this investment, and they did the analysis, and it's on in the order of 1 or 2 cents. But the problem we have is that right now the buyer for electricity, supply and demand for natural gas, is Europe and China, and they're paying 2 and 3 times the price we pay. As a result of that, no supplier is going to sell to us if they can get more money overseas. Unless that all settles out, and who knows when that will ever happen, any analysis we do now is a joke. It is no validity at all. So this thing should be retained. And on top of that, they wanted $250,000 of taxpayer money to investigate something that you can find out online. You want to retain it so it never sees the light of day. If we put it out on the floor, there are people who will not have done the investigation that I tried to do. And they will make snap judgments based on whatever. Now, you may not like the Jones Act because it is protectionist. Fine. You may like it because it is protectionist. Fine. But what impact did it have on the cost of our yearly heating? Nothing. And so therefore it shouldn't exist.
Do you agree with that logic, that it would kill it better on the retaining it?
I love retaining.
I know you do.
Okay, Representative Spear, seconded by Representative Hunt, moves to retain. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, how is that possible?
She's in for Burroughs. No, Herbert. Okay. We got it all? All right. See you this afternoon. 1:15. All right. I gotta go see it. I gotta go see the tailor. Yeah, yeah. Trellis. I go to Trellis. I have, well, years ago. Okay. We'll open up the subcommittee work section for insurance legislation. And first one I see is Senate Bill 31, technical changes to the laws administered by the Insurance Department.
There's committee members.
Is that the correct list?
That's the newest one. I just highlighted us.
See if it matches. Yeah, see, Burroughs is not on this one.
Yeah, we have to have the even.
Oh, there it is, way over
Yeah,
there.
we have to
Okay.
have the even number.
Well, all right. No Representative Terry? All right. We oppose. Silly, Hunt, Labro. No Vincent. And Gibbs. Burroughs. Okay. It is what it is.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
That one. Might be sitting for Terry.
Okay. All right, so this is property and casualty.
By the Insurance Commission.
Insurance Department.
It cleans up RSA 402, 412, 15, and 20.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions or concerns about this bill? Speak now, forevermore, hold your peace. Okay. All right, so I have, Terry's not here, I have Post, Purcelli, Hunt, Calabro. Vincent's not here. Gibbs,
Isn't here.
not here, and Burroughs. You're already on it.
I can take a shot.
Well, I like to pair, so how many Republicans am I missing? I'm missing Terry. Yeah, so if we take, so we have Vincent, so he's gonna.
Because that's the way I am, and you tried to get me off the other committee.
Okay, so I'm going to have Spear is replacing Gibbs. Okay,
Chairman,
all right, who would like to make the motion?
Chair. I was going to ask if you wanted me to replace sub for
No,
Terry.
if I don't have to replace, if I can do pairing,
Okay.
then I pair.
Okay.
So, okay. So, anybody want to make the motion? All right, I'll make it. Representative Hunt,
I'll second.
second by Representative Patusek. Moves ought to pass. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none. All those in favor, raise your hand. Now I'm getting 7, right? Okay. Post, Purcelli. I don't have Walsh on this list. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. I raise your hand. So, someone's confusing me. Okay. I do have Purcelli. I do have Calabro. And I do have Post.
Seven zip.
And I do have,
Max sitting in?
let me go, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, yeah, I don't have you on here, Patusek.
No,
You're,
I can sub.
you're not subbing. At this moment, I paired it out.
Okay.
Phew. Okay, 6-0. All right. All right, next one. Yes. Oh, yes, right. Good, thank you. Okay, that was seconded by Representative Burrows. Okay. Next up, Senate Bill 82, relative to prompt payment for managed care. Okay. I think this is really a bear that needs to be retained. Because how do you guys feel about that? I mean, there's so much going on here. Representative Spear.
Just a comment, and in the New Hampshire Bulletin, they had a report that said that Anthem owed $300 million on unpaid claims, weeks-long delays, and hospitals were screaming and having all kinds of problems.
Right.
So
I would assume the insurance department is going to be investigating this, right? I mean, they're on top of it. So I would say that if we retain it, we'll find out in September whether this is all true. Yeah.
So what do you want to do? Retain it and wait to see what the investigation
Yeah.
results? All right.
All right, what do I do? Okay. All right, now everybody can join in now. Okay. So Representative Petusek is going to replace Terry. Okay. And who else I have missing? I have Representative Vincent is going to be replaced by Spear. Representative Gibbs is going to be replaced by McCoy. And so we have both. Okay. Alrighty. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. All right. Who would like to make the motion? Okay. Yes. Okay. Priscilla. Any discussion on the retained motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, raise your hand. Bingo. 8 to zip. Okay, so I'm writing on here is the insurance department will be reporting come September. Okay. All right, next up is Senate Bill 99, relative to responsibilities insurers in conducting reviews of operations administrators. Okay, we have a amendment. Here we go. Okay, so the question was posed, I think actually you posted. And I asked the interested party to drop an amendment that will ensure that the on-site visit or a virtual audit can occur. Okay. Any discussion on the amendment to Senate Bill 99, number 1456? Okay. Representative Hunt, seconded by Representative Burrows. Moves ought to pass on the amendment. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none. All those in favor of ought to pass the amendment, raise your hand. 7, 8. 8, nothing. Okay, Representative Hunt. Representative Burrows. Ought to pass as amended. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, raise your hand. 8, okay. Moving right along. Okay, next is 142. Okay. Okay. On this one. Technical changes. Okay. Assume there's no amendment or anything. Any questions from the committee members? Okay. All right. So Representative Hunt, seconded by Representative Burrows. Moves ought to pass. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, 8-zip. Yeah, what's wrong with those senators? They should be saying anything more exciting. I think the next two or next couple here. Right. Here, okay. Okay, now we get to the real rubber meets the road. Okay, Senate Bill 190, direct the insurance department to conduct a cost study of providing coverage for certain reproductive health care. Anybody want to weigh in? Representative Phillips.
Although I'm not on the subcommittee, I would urge my colleagues to make an ought to pass motion for this. LGBTQ couples are already paying for this benefit, but are unable to access it because of the sex of their partner. Therefore, this is in effect discrimination on the basis of sex because they are unable to access a benefit for which they are paying simply due to the sex of their partner. This doesn't obligate the state to do anything. It is simply asking the state to study the economic impact if we were to pass such a bill. the type of legislation that we pass signals the type of values that we have as a state, and particularly in the type of political climate that we have right now, with so much anti-LGBTQ violence and rhetoric happening across the country. It's important that as a state, we signal that we value LGBTQ equality, which I believe we do as a state. Enacting such a study commission, which costs us nothing, which doesn't actually require us to provide this coverage, but says that we wish to investigate such coverage, is a powerful signal that we do value this type of equality and that we think that these couples should be able to start a family. So I would urge my colleagues to adopt an ought to pass motion.
Okay. Representative Calabro.
I've given a lot of thought to it. And I do feel that this particular population should have the ability to at least have a rider. We should be looking at and evaluating these options. I feel that the commission would be a good way to study that.
A writer. Okay. Anybody else?
I agree completely with Representative Filio, and again, we're seeing this across the country, and again, this is a statement. I think if we fail to go forward with the cost study, we are making a statement about our values and about how we respect or don't respect the LGBTQ community. So I'm in agreement with Representative Filio.
Okay. So,
Mr. Chairman,
yes, Representative Terry.
perhaps I'm the only one here who either remembers or didn't understand when we initially heard this bill and questioned one or heard from, and I don't know whether we questioned her or not, with the individuals who spoke in response to a question about single individuals undergoing assisted reproduction care, introduced the term socially infertile. And I'm wondering, I don't understand what socially infertile means. I'm wondering if somebody can explain to me what socially infertile means. Somebody, do we have anyone here today? An expert who can
No,
explain?
we're,
I
we
mean to
don't
suggest,
need
but-
to,
Do-
Representative Filo wants to take it on? Sure.
I would actually defer to Representative Calabro, who I think
Okay.
is a
Representative
healthcare provider
Calabro,
who
you can-
was just
you can explain
go back.
socially infertile.
As a healthcare provider, when you place a situation of a couple that are not able to procreate in and of themselves, that is a social situation where they cannot, they are infertile by virtue of that, to women, to men. It's really that simple.
But what about individuals?
Individuals, if they choose to, my understanding is they don't want to, or maybe they are not comfortable having intercourse, and this is their only way to be able to have children. I've had women who were traumatized, and that was how they chose to have kids. I'm just giving an example.
Okay. So, I was waiting for everybody else to weigh in on it. So we passed infertility mandate, but 4 years ago. And when we passed it, my memory was there was a handful of states. Massachusetts was the most famous of having infertility coverage, but I would venture to guess that there are not more than 4 or 5 states total that even have infertility coverage. Okay?
Would be number 6.
No, you don't understand. We already passed it. Infertility coverage. Okay? So that is a health insurance mandate. There are no riders when it comes to health insurance because a rider is, you're end up paying for the whole cost anyways, because the only person who takes a rider is someone who's going to use the benefit. So forget about riders. What this committee deals with is health insurance mandates that everybody is paying for this benefit. Okay, even though we don't get it. In other words, the most famous, the original mandate was that insurance companies could not rate women higher than men. Even though most people said women have more health needs because they do make babies, and but that everyone said is that was the one of the first mandates. Okay, mandates have a cost. Absolutely, they have a cost. In terms of calculating that cost, okay, has to be some statistical calculations based upon who's going to take advantage of it, how many are out there. But in most cases, I would say I've never had a mandate that said, let's calculate how many people are actually going to take advantage of it. It usually was, what will be the cost of it? Okay, what is just the cost of the mandate? Okay, so it's a very unusual circumstance. So what I want to start with is just on the premises that if you're asking for equality, that if a gay couple, if they're infertile, they still get the mandate. Mandate's available to them if they're infertile. Right now, the state law allows them. So we're not treating anybody differently because of their marital status. It has nothing to do with your marital status. It has to do with whether you are infertile. Period. So if a single person is infertile, theoretically, they can get the coverage because the mandate, the infertility mandate coverage doesn't say anything about marital status. So they're already covered as long as they are infertile. You are changing this legislation from not infertile. You're basically saying anybody, regardless of their marital status, right, should be allowed to get infertility coverage. Representative Hilton.
To some extent, that elides the question that gay couples or LGBTQ couples are inherently infertile because no matter how intimate they are, they will never conceive.
Again, you're looking at the actual biological of the two people. I mean, I would say is, not that I'm a scientist, but the idea of two Y chromosomes. Okay, somewhere else you got to go get the X chromosome to be in there, right? Somewhere, again, I'm naive to this, but somehow you're still going to have to get that from somewhere else. That is what is true under our mandate that we have infertility coverage. That whatever that person is missing, the infertility is going to go find it somewhere else, and it'll be part of the process of the in vitro.
However, neither partner is literally infertile. That's the problem here. Unless one of the partners literally was infertile, which is unlikely to be the case in any circumstance.
So, in all due respect, is that I think this is actually, even though you're looking at is showing respect to these people who are obviously, that there's a momentum across this country, but I would say is that is dangerous because you're actually doing exactly what those people who are afraid of, which is you're giving them special dispensation. You're taking infertility and say, we don't care whether you're infertile. We're going to give it to anyone who's gay. And that is not true for a heterosexual couple. In a heterosexual couple, infertility coverage is only if somebody is infertile. So I would say is, I really don't think this is a good idea to pass this, because the last thing we want to tell everybody is that we're now going to give special legislation, special that nobody else had. So I know we usually like to talk about fairness, and we want to do equal. What's fair? And I'm saying under our current statute now for infertility coverage, it is fair for everybody. There is no no discrimination going on under our current statute.
Perhaps that's the great question to put to a study committee, right?
So I would recommend we retain this bill.
I think this is a great question then to put to the floor of the House.
No, if this is, I mean, my sense this is a 10-10
Oh,
vote,
gosh. You don't want to put this before the
that
House.
we should retain it.
I'm going with Sean, Representative Filio.
I know, but we're gonna, okay, so you're not gonna vote to retain it?
I'm going to vote to go on the floor.
So our deal is off now. You really want to have this debate on the floor?
What do other people think?
No, we don't want to have this debate on the
What do
floor.
other people think? I don't want to make the decision for everybody.
Representative Spear?
I just sighed, but there is because of the definition of social infertility, which means that they're both fertile, but because of in that case, the sexes are the same, so socially they can't have a child naturally, does bring up a point, but unfortunately you also have a point. And while I want to support the LGBT community as much as possible, if they, to me, where the problem comes in is if the couple are both transgendered, then they probably can't have kids at all. In that case, I would ask, would the insurance cover that case? They're definitely infertile. Would the insurance cover a transgendered couple? Because they are physically unable.
The commission,
Yeah.
And I don't even know how many of that applies to New Hampshire, but,
yeah.
I'm just, because you said. If
Well,
they're
because
infertile, they're
you're
covered.
assuming that they have had a surgical procedure that
Right.
caused them to be infertile.
Right.
I don't have the bill in front of us. Anybody have the bill in front of them? The current law. I do not believe it says anything about how you became infertile.
You
So-
believe that they would be covered?
I would say they would be covered.
Chairman, do we have any evidence of who has been, how many persons have been adversely affected such that there is a belief that we need such a law? How many have been? Because you're saying, I'm listening to you and I'm hearing you say that we already have measures in place, statutes in place to cover, and now I'm hearing from the other side, well, no, we really don't. So who's right, who's correct, and who's incorrect? And doesn't this in effect beg for a little more work?
Representative Burrows?
And I also would question why if, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, am I gonna get, well, before we go on to the next question, can we get an answer to my question?
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
So no, that's okay. How many have been adversely affected? How many have been denied?
How many?
Who's been denied?
How do we know? How do we know? Yeah, so this is the sponsor. You just make sure the mic is on and you pull it real close to yourself.
I'm Catherine Tucker. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, and I practice infertility law.
Yeah, you want to be closer.
I can't hear you real well with the mask on. Could you take it off? Thanks.
So in terms of the chair is correct that a same-sex couple who has medical infertility is going to be covered under the current bill. However, most folks don't go into trying to have a baby knowing that they have medical infertility. They go in and they start trying. And if it doesn't work after a certain period of time, or if there's a semen analysis that comes back with poor motility or something, that's how they would discover that they in fact have a medical infertility. So what this is the cost study would be looking at expanding the coverage to start for to start for same-sex couples right with their very first time of trying. So for female couples, that is typically an insemination that takes place at the OBGYN's office, and for male couples, that would be the process of forming embryos that would later be used with a gestational carrier. And right now, 100% of my clients that are coming to me who are female couples or male couples do not have coverage to start the process. A small portion of them do not have success and then become eligible to as medically infertile to start the process. And so at that point they would get coverage. And there's a whole bunch of issues there also, but that I think we can work administratively with the insurance department to deal with those issues.
Chairman?
Yes, Representative McAvoy.
Thank you. In thinking this thing through, I was puzzled. I wondered how far it went. Does it go as far as using a surrogate? And if you used a surrogate, I don't think the bill should pay the fee for the surrogate, but the surrogate was presumably have medical coverage themselves, and that part would be covered, the birthing process. Does it mean that go that far?
This is only for medical costs. So any fees paid to the surrogate would not be included. And in addition, our current infertility law does not cover embryo transfers to the surrogate. So that is something that's always going to be cash pay out of pocket for the patients for whatever reason that they need to turn to a surrogate. So this is just for the medical costs of getting the eggs, getting the sperm, making the embryos.
Which is called the in vitro process? Is
Yes.
In vitro. Okay, that's the key word here is in vitro.
Yes, for the men, that's what they need. For the female couples, they can start with insemination, which is a much lower, a lower technical process,
Right.
and much cheaper also. But
Baster.
the bottom line is we don't know what these things are going to cost, and based on what I know, I think it's actually going to be a money saver to the carriers, because based on how we've seen things work with medically infertile couples.
Well, if the insurance companies could save money, then they don't need to be mandated. They would do that on their own.
And that's what the purpose of the cost study is. Let's see what this costs, and maybe then
But
using
how's
that
this
data.
cost study going to work? What are we? I mean, we could start with. So exactly how much has this mandate cost us so far?
I think that would be one factor. I mean, we're talking about the experts, the actuarial experts who can use
Okay.
their knowledge
So
to figure this out.
I would argue we don't need a study committee to do that. This committee can get those kind of questions answered. We don't need a study committee. And I'm just saying that, I know you guys think study committees are great things, but someone who's done plenty of study committees in my time, that unless you have specific language that you want them to come back with a statute, we have a separate law on our books right now that allows us as a committee to order the department to do an economic study. Okay, and I guess I should know the RSA, but I refer to the lobbyist who came up with it, Liz Murphy, and I call it the Liz Murphy law. But it was the intent is that yes, we as a committee can be specific in asking the department to come back with what something costs. What is the economic cost going to be? My problem with this bill is it's so wide open. When you put in single, are you going to then say you're going to expect the insurance department to do a calculation of how many single people might want to have children?
Mr. Chairman? I still don't have a number.
No,
But you-
I'm pointing out to you, there is no
You
number.
do not have a number?
I don't.
So.
That's not data that's collected
So
anywhere.
are we being asked to do this on the basis of anecdotal evidence or surmised or projected evidence rather than actual cases, numbers of people who have been denied?
I would.
In your view, is that what's going on?
So people aren't even getting denied, and the reason is that the fertility clinics won't even submit the request to the insurance company. So there's no denial records.
So
that
how
we
do you
can
know
look to.
this? That's what I'm asking.
Because
Anecdotal?
I talk with clients, patients, I talk with doctors, I talk with people at the fertility clinics.
What's the magnitude of the problem?
Every single female couple and every single male couple who's looking to procreate, as well as single individuals.
Magnitude means the size, the number.
I can't give you a
Okay,
number,
so you
but
can't.
I'm happy to go and look into that and see what we can come up with.
That would be helpful.
Yes,
Are we talking about hundreds, thousands, tens? Yes, that would be helpful.
yes,
I don't know that right now. I don't know how big a problem we have, if we have a problem.
we will
And
figure
I don't
it
even know
out.
if we have a problem.
Representative Filio,
Okay.
question.
Yes, I'm sorry.
It would seem that that's a perfect question to put to a study committee. What is the scope of the problem?
Right. So right now, under our statute, to require ask the insurance department to do that economic study, it has to come from this committee. It
It would be
cannot
part-
come from a study committee.
It'd be part of the economic study would be first to determine the scope of what is the economic.
And I'm telling you, you're speaking to retaining, because under this way the statute, way, you know, the Murphy Law works, it's not a study committee requesting it. It has to be requested by a actual standing committee. And I
John,
think it even says commerce in the statute. I don't know. Yes, Representative Spear.
I've had a problem with a lot of the study committees that we've tried to set up. I mean, that have been asked for with various bills. And it has been my feeling all along that if we don't know the scope of the problem, then we don't have any business studying it. I think that retaining it and and asking the insurance company to investigate it is good. But just willy-nilly throwing study committees out there without even knowing if there is a problem, I have a problem with, because in effect, the taxpayers are paying for that, and we should know what the size of that is. I'm sorry, I don't go along with study committees that don't have a scope.
But you're okay with retaining?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I think it's a very worthwhile thing to understand.
Are we ready here?
I just
we
want
ready?
to,
Representative
Representative Filio, would you be okay with retaining so that we could work on it?
I'd move ITL.
No idea.
I would move ITL.
He would rather
What's your rationale for ITL?
Take it to the floor.
So that's an opinion that's been asked for, not a motion. So are we going to get to a motion soon?
I want to retain it.
you gonna move that?
I truly want to know more about for myself personally. I am dying to know how much this mandate has cost us so far.
Mr. Chairman.
I
you
voted
move-
against this mandate when we passed it 4 years ago. So the opportunity to have a economic study to see how much we paid for it, I think is a wonderful idea. So I'm not, I would ask you not to. That's not ITL. Let's retain this, and you can take that up and come November or October, if we're not at that place. If you want to then send it to the floor, then I'd say let's send it to the floor at that point with an ITL motion. But at this point, I think it's worth retaining it first.
Mr. Chair, are you moving that?
I'm. This is a subcommittee. We're trying to, kind of work for consensus. We
Well,
want to have
we could be
consensus.
here the rest of the afternoon.
No.
I would make the motion to retain.
Okay.
I'm going to say, if I could make a comment, I hate to admit it, but Mr. Hunt has made some good points. I really hate to admit it, but he has.
Be still my heart.
Can I ask a question? One question?
Yes.
How hard is it to ask the insurance company to give us a cost number?
Please, you say please.
If it's all,
Please.
then in that case, I'll say please.
I believe that all I have to do is request it, and I think I don't know in writing. I don't know if it's in writing. I think it's all that I have to do is just say, I can ask. The committee does have to take a vote to refer it. Okay. I knew that it had to come from the committee. So thank you, Alex, for looking up the statute. Okay. So we will work on a request of, to the department, and so we can then vote that in the committee. Okay? All right. Representative Post, seconded by Representative Calabro, moves to retain. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay. 8-zip. Okay. And I'm going to write here on our comments is that the committee needs to vote for, what's it called? What is this economic study? What's it called? Actuarial. Actuarial study. Okay. All right. Okay, on to another mandate. Relative services provided through a primary care behavioral health model. So, John, why don't you come up and take a seat here? If I understand this correctly, that a primary care physician would be consulting with a psychologist. And the psychologist says, yes, Xanax is recommended, then the primary care physician, because they have the right to order prescriptions, could then order that prescription drug for a patient.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A psychologist is not licensed to prescribe medication.
So they can't do that.
So they would not, if a psychologist felt there was a medication assessment that was needed, they would refer the primary care physician to a psychiatrist.
They would refer to it.
They would suggest the primary care physician speak with a psychiatrist through the collaborative care model, which is a different model, but similar.
So why is it some people think that it looks like psychologists are involved in prescription drugs with this bill? Why has that accusation been made by the psychiatrist?
Well, I've spoken with a psychiatrist and have not heard that talking point. I can tell you that there is nothing in here that suggests that psychologists are or requests psychologists be involved in prescribing medication. It's not part of their scope of practice.
Okay. So why do we need this bill? Wait a minute. So Representative Calabro, you have very strong opinions, I see.
Yeah, I've actually experienced this, and it de-escalates situations and it prevents patients from going into the emergency room and using resources that would otherwise have gone to somebody in actual emergency need. So if I'm sitting here with a patient who's at PHQ
You're a psychologist.
score, no, I'm a provider. We've had somebody roomed. They've got a behavioral emergency with a PHQ score. All right, of an elevated number. It lets me know this person is at an elevated risk for a behavioral emergency. Every single person in medicine knows how to deal with that. Okay, we all have protocols about what we do. We either send them to the emergency room, or God bless, we have somebody on call. We can call them down to help and de-escalate the situation. So I'm not sitting with that patient for 40 minutes. I'm staying on time. Now I've got a psychologist who can de-escalate, teach them the coping skills they need, get them to where they need to be. Then they can come back to me and have an actual meaningful discourse, and we can make a treatment plan going forward that will oftentimes involve psychologists, psychiatry, because I don't feel comfortable doing psychiatry alone, though that is basically what I was forced to do in mobile crisis for the state. I'm telling you, this is going to save a lot of resources. It's not a bad choice. It's logarithmically growing across the country. We were trained to do it. It's a very effective model.
So why isn't this already occurring? Why do we have
It's
this
spreading everywhere.
So why do we need this legislation?
Because apparently they haven't gotten the clue.
Who?
I would say the insurance companies.
So you're saying the insurance companies are refusing what? What did they refuse? What part of this process?
When I am
Because
seeing a
if
patient.
you as a primary,
I'm seeing a patient. I have a patient.
you're supposed to refer someone to.
I will refer them emergently to psychiatry for a particular score. I'm also going to have a psychologist go in and see them. They will have spent 45 minutes de-escalating with a patient. They can't bill for it. Now I can go in and take care of them medically. I'm going to prescribe whatever medications are needed to stabilize them until we can get them to psychiatry. I can bill for them. That's the problem.
Wait a minute. Again, we're talking about the primary care physician making a referral. So why wouldn't they just refer them to the psychiatrist if I mean, isn't, but
Psychiatry doesn't have openings like that.
what do you mean by openings?
They aren't going to be available for sometimes 2 and 3 months. There's a shortage, John. That's why we need these people.
So you're looking for the psychologists.
To de-escalate a situation, to give them the coping skills they need so they lead medication. I will bridge them until they can meet with psychiatry, and we will have a treatment plan with a psychologist, usually the one that I just brought in as an on-call basis as a soft handoff. It's part of the collaborative the model. It's very effective for people with a very small, limited number of staff. That's why we do it.
Okay, so because we had the last time we had a collaborative bill, it was basically, you know, it's intervening in what is now the current practice, which is the referral process. So it was a tag team.
This is actually a little more collaborative and integrated. This is a lot more.
But then we're practicing medicine. This
Yes.
is something that's got to be decided by the Board of Medicine. This is not what we
I
do.
disagree.
Okay.
I think this isn't that complicated, John.
Okay. Okay. Representative Phil.
A true question is the problem here then that the psychologist lacks a billing code to be able to bill for their time if the primary care physician does that referral for that
What do you mean lacks the billing time?
billing code. Let's say the primary care physician does that quick referral for a de-escalation to the psychologist. Is the problem here then that the psychologist lacks a billing code for that quick referral for that de-escalation time?
So, John,
Can I respond, Mr. Chair?
yes.
And thank you for the question. So there's multiple problems here. The problem the representative was speaking to is the urgency of the situation. It's an emergent situation, and either a professional needs to be available to engage with a client to de-escalate them, hopefully de-escalate them, or they're going to be in an emergency room or an inpatient unit. That's the urgency of the issue. In terms of the billing codes, so when we started this process, we reached out to Anthem and we reached out to Point 32. And we've had a number of conversations, and those conversations have continued to some extent, and they've picked up over the last couple of days. Anthem first forwarded to my client a list of billing codes applicable to psychiatrists and psychologists. The consultation codes were applicable to psychiatrist contracts. They were listed as not applicable to psychologist contracts. So we raised that with Anthem. And Anthem told my client that that was a surprise to them, that they believed that psychologists could bill for these codes. The problem is we've been having this conversation since October, November, and really haven't gotten any clearer resolution about whether psychologists can or cannot bill for consultation. That's why my client did a survey with practicing psychologists in the field. 86% of the psychologists who responded said that they either did not bill for consultation codes or were denied for consultation codes. When they were asked, why didn't you bill? Most of them were told that historically they've been denied for consultation codes and they stopped billing because it wasn't worth the effort. Now, insurance, I don't come here a lot for good reason. Insurance is a very complex issue, and you folks are the experts on that. I believe that Anthem and Point 32, in good faith, told us they believe these should be covered. But I do know from my clients that they are not covered. I can't bridge that divide to know where the truth lies. But what I do know is that this is a newer model of integrated care, collaborative care being the other more common model. For my clients to have primary care practices set up agreements with them, the primary care practices are going to want to know that these are reimbursable codes and that they're endorsed by the legislature and the insurance companies. That's what they're going to want to know before they'll even set up a contract, before we even have that conversation. What this bill is intended to do very simply is to establish this as a valid model of integrated care. And it says throughout that the primary care practices do not need to use this. They can say, well, we don't want to use it. What we believe in practice, though, is that collaborative care, which is with a psychiatrist as the consultant, and primary care behavioral health, which is as a licensed non-psychiatrist as the consultant, work very well in tandem. For the very first question you asked, psychologists, social workers can't prescribe medication and are not looking for the ability to prescribe medication. So anytime medication is a likely alternative, then it needs to be a psychiatrist working with the primary care doctor. The problem that primary care doctors have, though, is that they're not experts in behavioral health. They have a rotation, they have some training in medical school, maybe they have more clients with mental health issues than they want, but they're not experts. And a colleague of mine used to say, when a hammer is the only tool you have, that's the tool you use. For primary care doctors, medication is their hammer. And you heard from one of the psychologists who testified that in some cases, she mentioned panic attacks specifically, medication can be detrimental to the long-term recovery. So this is not about, psychologists looking to do things that they don't do already. This is about trying to service the patients of the state who have a significant mental health need. We talk all the time, I don't know about this committee, but we talk in many other committees about the workforce crisis. There is a significant mental health workforce crisis. It is going to take years, if not longer, to remedy that. I mean, I'm working on other legislation to try to address that, but it's going to take years to remedy the mental health crisis. What this bill in front of you is a bridge to that eventuality of building out the system. Why is it a bridge? Well, it's a bridge because psychologists have 3 and 4 month waiting periods. Recently, I needed my own therapy. I reached out. I could not get an appointment for at least 4 months. At that point, the situational crisis was resolved and there was no need for it. But for folks who are in a much more debilitated situation, it's not, they can't wait 3 or 4 months. They can't wait 3 or 4 days. So this sets up a system where you're not looking for long-term therapy. You're looking for an emergency intervention by a trained behavioral health professional to hopefully eliminate the need for hospitalization or emergency care. That's the goal. But at the very least, help them to extend out for a few days until maybe they need another follow-up appointment. Maybe they have to be referred by the PCBH professional outside of the primary care to a mental health, community mental health center, or what have you, to bridge them so that they can not be hospitalized or spend weeks in the emergency room. I don't think any one of us, least of all the insurance companies, want to see patients in the emergency room needlessly because they can't get mental health care. It is far easier to put this in as a bridge.
Question, Mr. Chair. Mr. Cullen?
I do have my question.
Oh.
Did they ever go to external review? External review. This is like the most important legislation I've ever passed on healthcare. And that is that when you've been denied, you request a review, external review.
Are you talking about the psychologists who
That
told us they have been denied?
any physician who requested, the insurance company denies it, you then go through external review.
I cannot answer that. I don't have the information. I can reach out to the psychologist and ask that. It
Okay.
would have been several years ago, but I can't answer
So,
that right
so
now.
here's what my problem with this bill is, okay? And that is, we're talking about a model, a behavioral model. This is a methodology, okay? In school, they call it the pedagogy, okay? This is a pedagogy of which we're going to use for mental health services. Okay, so the question now becomes, when I read the bill, it says in here that it's the primary care provider who gets to choose the model. No, it says on page 2, it says, application, the actual only mandate insurance coverage of such care if a primary care provider were to choose this model. Okay, so now what we're saying is that all our managed care statutes are based upon the medical director, the board of medicine. So what are the appropriate protocols, the appropriate different behavioral methods? But now we're mandating one if a physician chooses it. Okay? The last thing you want is have health insurance companies to start saying, no, we're not going to use that physician because they've chosen something that we don't think is appropriate manner of care.
May I?
So I'm just asking, can't we just turn this into a may? Let's just say they can do this method, that we're being supportive of the concept of this care. Okay? And that, yes, it is a conversation between the primary care physician and the insurance company. Okay? And that, again, this is where I'm talking about external review. If the primary care physician thinks this is the appropriate care for the patient to use this model,
Yes.
then we have a system in place where they ask the insurance company to do it. And the insurance company can make a choice and say whether, if not, then you have the external review, which is a whole process with outside external review where people can come in and say, and evaluate the case and say whether it was really appropriate to or not. So all I'm asking is changing a couple words here from the act shall mandate. All right. And then it was up here.
Where are you, Representative?
I'm on page 2.
Yeah.
An application. And then up on the top of the page, insurer provider shall, okay, line 8. I guess everybody's got the numbered ones, but if you print them on the computer, you
You
don't
can
get it.
delete that
So on
whole
page
sentence.
2, line 8 says, shall not deny the coverage on the sole basis that the service delivered through the primary care behavior. No, because that might not the protocol. The insurance company, if they have their own, medical director for psychology, right? So their medical that's the person who makes the call. All right. So all I'm saying is just let what we use for everything else when it comes to our health insurance, there's our benefits in terms of the process of the medical director, the board of, with consultant, the board of medicine, what I get the generally accepted medical appropriate care is I think is the concept. And all I'm asking is just change those words rather than it being a mandate to being that, okay, this is something that can be done, and I could live with it.
Wow.
I could live with it.
Can I have that in
because we're not changing anything, and
So-
we are not determining health care for somebody else. That's just not where. Yeah, you might say we know a lot about insurance, but we've made mistakes when we come to mandates in the past.
May I? Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So there's lots of things going on in those questions. There's lots of things going on. So I had the opportunity to meet with Alex Feldwebel for the insurance department last week. Incredibly helpful in terms of helping me understand some of the questions that the committee had. I just drafted some changes to this bill
Okay.
that my client signed off on yesterday. I shared it with Point 32 and Anthem yesterday.
Okay.
It was yesterday. We haven't had a chance to get back together and talk about it again, which we're planning to do, to talk about it. What you're talking about was one of the things. So the application section was added in total by the Senate chair at the last minute. We hadn't seen or vetted that language before she added it. So that second sentence you're referring to, we've already talked to Anthem about just taking that entire second sentence out.
That's good.
But there's
Okay.
so there's other pieces that we think can tighten this bill up significantly. But
Okay. So let's have another subcommittee on this. Okay. So we'll do next Wednesday. We'll actually, Representative Terry has a question.
We're gonna have another meeting
Yes.
about this.
Yes.
Well, good, because the longer this goes on, the more questions occur to me, such that I do not have enough sticks to shake at all of them. As you know, the saying goes, shake a stick. So, but.
I've always wondered what it meant.
Yes, but my question, one of them, 20 minutes ago, and let me go back to that one because now there are 19 more. But we're talking about Representative Calabro is in the emergency room, and she wants to call down a psychologist to come and de-escalate a situation and perhaps get engaged in some behavior modification, calm the person down. Maybe the person then, with the continuing care of the primary care physician, Calabro, Dr. Calabro, may then see the need to refer to a psychiatrist. The problem here that is being described is one of money in insurance, that the psychologist is not getting paid. And what I heard was that you have been in conversations with insurance companies since October and have heard from them that they don't have a problem with this, but they're not doing it, right? But so the question is, and I guess I've just been a parent too long, I want to bring the other party in here, and I want to hear from the insurance companies as to why it is that they haven't rendered a decision that we can then deal with, because we're here as legislators as a last resort if all else fails. And I'm not sure that all else has failed at this point, because I'm not sure that the insurers have given us any reason whatsoever for why they're not doing this. You're claiming that they're not doing it. I don't dispute that. But the question is, why are they not admitting that they're not doing anything and telling us why they're not doing anything? That's what we need to hear from. I mean, you can pass this along second or third hand, and it becomes interesting today because we are going to deal with this next Wednesday because the chair is going to call another subcommittee meeting. But I would love to hear from the insurance companies as to why they're putting you and Dr. Calabro in this situation such that you're not happy. You can have this model if you want to. The question is, you're not getting, certain parties or players are not getting paid. And that's what we have to deal with. And the question is it because there's an unwillingness on the part of insurance companies to do this? And if so, let them come forward and tell us that they're unwilling to do it and why they're unwilling to do it.
Let me be really clear. I don't speak for the insurance companies. And so I was very careful to say that the insurance companies have told us that they believe these codes are reimbursable. They couldn't answer the question why they're not, and that's been the conversation. So they did not support this. They did not oppose the idea of this billing. They're trying to get their arms around it. That's why these conversations are ongoing. I don't see the insurance companies at this point as unwilling participants. I see the insurance companies as having frank conversations with us to the extent that they're able to.
Since October.
The other piece
This is not rocket science.
I would disagree that this committee or this legislature is a code of last resort. I believe this committee and this legislature set public policy that then the private entities follow. And that's the reason we're here.
If need be, because something's not working.
But
And
we're
the question
not
is
the
it
Board
not
of
working?
Medicine. I'm sorry. This is not, we don't set this kind of policy. This is protocols, practice of the medical system. That our job is not to intervene in that level.
So would you like the Board of Psychology to say that
I want to
tell
hear
the-
that the external review that they took it to external review, and here's the refusal letter, and let's find out exactly, get
And
down
I'm
to
happy
the
to try
brass
to-
tacks on
I'm-
who's saying, telling the
I'm
truth.
happy
that
to
I'm
try
not
to get that
happy.
answer from
That's what
psychologists.
I'm interested in. Yes, Representative Burrows.
When you're talking about external review, you don't mean at the time that there's a crisis.
The external review is after when the paperwork is filed and sent in,
Yep.
and to get reimbursement,
Yeah.
and the insurance company declines it. Okay, then external review happens within a month on the denial. You know, he's saying there's a denial, but I'm just shocked
But
that
but if
nobody ever,
we-
But
ever
I'm-
looked at the external review.
I'm saying that our psychologists, when surveyed, many of them said they did not submit reimbursement at all. When asked why they didn't submit reimbursement, they said that historically they've been denied. So I don't know what historically means, and I would have to try to figure that out.
Okay.
So why wouldn't we want to make it easier for them to get
No,
reimbursed?
no. We have a system. You come to us when the system is failing. If somebody is refusing to file it, that's not our problem. You
I
know,
don't think
you
they're
know,
talking about filing
We were
it. They're
told to
talking about
stop
being.
filing
yeah,
for
filing.
it.
They never filed it.
We stopped filing for it because we were asked to stop.
You have a letter that says
No,
that-
accounts payable gives us calls and says, we're not getting paid for this. Stop filing for it. It's just making extra work for us.
again, that means there was a refusal letter. Somebody got their list of benefits and said it was refused.
Mr. Chairman?
See, I
ELB.
got 19 other
Yes,
questions.
Can I ask
Representative
a
Post.
question?
Yes.
If the insurance company is here,
we're here forever.
could we have them come up and tell us why? that-
We're the insurance company.
Okay, who wants to do it? Okay, here we go. So we got Harvard and Anthem.
Mr. Chairman, while there's an approach being made and there's a moment, I also circled certain, and maybe this is what's being worked on. I circled certain words and phrases with questions, consultation with a physician. The question was raised, what does this mean, in person or on the phone? And then I circled appropriate CPT codes. What are appropriate CPT codes? So this begs for retaining, but I'm very eager to hear from the insurance department. Thank you. Or insurance experts.
Companies.
Companies. Well, may as well be. So,
Which you
no
did
harm.
ask for retaining when in your initial testimony.
You like me to?
Okay.
So we have been engaged in conversations with New Hampshire Psych Association. I would clarify that in the fall, I was asked sort of in a vacuum for a list of codes, not knowing what it was going to be used for. And so I think it's a slight mischaracterization to make it sound like we've been working on really drilling down on the issue since October. It's really more recently. And as I said last time I was here, this is very similar to the collaborative care model, where providers were not using the codes. We sat around a table with the insurance department and other stakeholders, and we figured out what the problem was. It was a practical issue. I think this is very similar, where providers aren't using the codes, how can we reimburse for them? So I think there's probably education that needs to happen. There might need to be updates to contracts, but conceptually, this is not an issue of carriers not wanting to cover it. That's just my short response. I don't know if you.
And so again, I'm kind of coming in new to this. I do know that Harvard Pilgrim, part of Point 32 Health, much like Anthem, had discussions with the association back last fall about this. I wasn't part of that. And now my understanding is that these are things that we think are covered. The providers seem to think that they're not. And I think that's one of the biggest disputes. And so I talked with Mr. DeJoy earlier, and we'll continue a chat, and I asked to be involved with that because not being part of the discussions back in October, November, I don't know. But those are some of the questions we have is, what does this involve? And we think these are covered, and show us that they're not, or tell us where they're not so we can check it out.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Anybody has a question? Yes, Representative
Yes, I
Post.
do. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I have a question. Can I get your names? Everybody keeps coming up without a name.
Sorry about that. I'm Sabrina Dunlap, Director of Government Relations for Anthem.
Okay.
And I'm Peter Bragdon. I'm with Pretty Strategies here in Concord, representing Harvard Pilgrim Healthcare, a part of Point 32 Health.
Thank you. So my question to you is between think and know. You said you think, but you should know that they're covered or not. You shouldn't have to think whether it's covered. If you have it in a policy, I assume it would be there. Is that correct?
Again, I'm just coming into this really based on the public hearing from, was it last week or the week before? So it is all new to me. My understanding is these are things that are covered. But again, every situation is different. In my view, I'd like to have, and there was a good case example given earlier today of here's the situation in an emergency room, bringing a psychologist to de-escalate, right? That's a concrete example. And so bring up that in discussion and say, okay, is this covered or is it not? And that's pretty easy to answer that. I don't know that sitting here. I'm a lobbyist. I'm not a health insurance person, but that's one of the things I want to talk about.
I can say I did look at specific codes. There's many. And I think part of the challenge is there appears to be some disagreement around what codes even qualify as being part of this model. So I can say I know we cover a number of the codes that come in this list. There might be disagreement among providers, among the Psych Association, among carriers about what should qualify as this model. But in terms of the actual service, it is covered.
Okay. So what's really important to me is that if we're going to pass legislation dealing with something, it is supposed to make a bright line, to clarify what people think or don't think or know or don't know, and so that a proper process is occurring. Because otherwise, all we're just doing is opening up a new can of worms that they'll be back next year saying it didn't work or it, we misinterpreted or we don't know, and then let alone the department having to try to figure out how to enforce it. So it is more important to me that we figure out how to referee through this and get through this and get this done right. So we definitely have time, so we can have another meeting. And I would urge the parties to get together and have the department kind of help these people through, and and make sure that if there are codes involved, we know which ones they are, and maybe a bulletin would go out, I guess, to make sure that there's enough people are well informed in how this is supposed to be done. Okay, all right. So we'll see you all next week. What's that? No. So that's my opinion.
So, but we don't have the ability to veto that.
Veto what?
Coming in next Wednesday to talk about it again rather than retaining it.
Oh, you want to just retain it? We can retain it.
Yes, please.
Yes, please come up.
I love collaborative care.
You got to put the mic in.
Chris Nicolopoulos, Insurance Commissioner, and I'm excited about collaborative care. But a real collaborative care practice has to be intentional. It can't just be a primary care practice or an emergency room practice who happens to call a referral for a psych. It is an intentional practice where we bring in all the experts together to care for the patient together.
There you go.
And that should be happening with your contract negotiation as part of your individual contract negotiation with the health carriers. I was really excited. I think it was a few months ago, but my memory is such, it was probably 8 months ago, Dartmouth Hitchcock came in and they're rolling out this program. They're rolling out a true collaborative care where and it's not just for the emergency rooms, but it's for the total care. So that those people are working together and that they can bill those calls between each other, because that's what we're talking about here. The individual meetings with the patients are covered. This is when they call and say, let me talk to you about what's happening, and I need you to understand what we might have worked through today. I don't think we need this bill today. I think a collaborative care practice that wants to entertain a contract with a provider can do that. We're hearing that they want to do it. And I believe that we'll find out that in the long run, it's cheaper having all these people work together rather than a bunch of individual diagnosis. If you're telling me that somebody who's being brought into this relationship isn't able to contract, I can make calls. I'm happy to work with the folks behind us on those things. But I don't know that there's a problem today. I've been working, Alex has been primarily running this for the department.
Mr. Chair, so if I may, I want to be clear about this. You're informing us that there are developments occurring that are moving in the direction of establishing collaborative care models that would include the one that's in focus here in this bill. And those conversations are taking place at a place such as Dartmouth Hitchcock and with insurers to put this in place. And it's happening currently.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Burrows.
Thank you. When you said I can make a call, what did that mean?
So if you told me that outside of Dartmouth, outside of a contract with, there were independent, I always get this wrong, psychologists who are being called in as a reference to an emergency room, and they're not able to bill. That they're told by their billing practice, don't bill. So first I would look at what is, so I hear that and I think, well, we probably want to incentivize psychologists for taking those calls from the emergency room doctor, probably. And there are a couple things I'd want to look at. One, what's the contract between the emergency room and the provider? Because it may be an all-encompassing contract. It may not be. And whether or not that provider is kind of a network, the one that was built. It would be short-sighted to tell those people who are making themselves available for those emergency calls that you can't be billing. I know these folks' phone numbers and I know their boss's numbers. We find our ways through that. There are times where I make those calls and they say, Chris, that treatment they want to do isn't medically necessary or isn't appropriate. And I say, oh, okay, that's right. And there are times where they say, thank you, we'll bring it to our team and make sure we modify our practices such that we're not getting in the way of it.
So you don't call Tony Soprano, we go.
I
through
don't.
this. Okay.
I don't. It's one of, one of the things in New Hampshire, these regulated entities, we work pretty closely together, both the hospitals and in the agents and the 5,000 consumers that call us each year. They want to fix these problems and issues and developments as practice changes in a way that's appropriate, especially when it saves the money. And having a bill that my experts can't tell me how we would enforce is not
this.
helpful.
No,
It
it's
makes
not
it
helpful.
hard for me.
That's Representative Spear.
The only comment I would make is you made a suggestion about holding off 1 week.
Right. Well,
And
I,
in,
yeah,
and ho-
I'm going to ask a certain person whether he's where we're at now.
well, it seemed to me that was a good idea because there is a discrepancy here, and maybe we ought to get both sides to come up with the details before we make any decision as to what we
Right.
might do.
Right.
Just put it
Well,
off
I
for a
also had a
week.
call for not doing it next week. So John, thank you. Chris. Given that you just heard that the insurance department is highly motivated to get to the bottom of this, is it passing legislation really important to you, or is it worth waiting till September and hear what's happened at that point and decide whether we need legislation?
I'm very excited to hear the commissioner's statements. My client, this is not my bill, just to be clear.
Well, you're
Like I'm the lobbyist.
It's obvious.
My client has asked me to try to push this bill through.
Okay,
I can certainly talk to my client,
fair enough.
explain what happened today and come back, but I would still like to continue the meetings with Point 32 and Anthem around the potential for amendment,
Right.
just to keep that moving forward.
Okay.
Plus, Mr. Chairman, you've already told us that you're working on changes as a result
Yes,
of what you heard.
yes,
I mean, so this is, we don't want to rush this and then rush to do something that we don't really need to do if it turns out that this can get fixed without having to have legislation passed. So September, we're almost, before you know it, it'll be September.
That's why I'm very glad you don't need to have this out of committee till the 31st.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So, you okay for a little bit of a delay here? Okay. All right. So we will close the subcommittee on hearing on this bill, and we'll take it up again next week. Okay. Last but not least. All right. So, Terry, Post, Shelley, Calabro. Spear is replacing Vincent, and McAleer is replacing Gibbs. And Burrows. Okay. So, I guess, yes, Representative Spear. We are now doing 243.
All right, hold on to your hats.
Did you tell Vincent not to come in so that you could?
No, I was going to do this anyway.
Okay.
Because I am a sponsor on this bill.
Oh.
And because of respect for Senator Rosenwald, I spent hours investigating this. And I have some conclusions that I think are very important before we make decisions. This is my trade study, but I don't want to read that because it'll make everybody crazy. I just get to the conclusions. ACA was put into law in 2010. It got enacted upon in 2012. Insurance companies, I mean, states were required to have implementations by 2014. Of the 18 states that have implemented state-based insurance, state-based exchanges, of the 18, 17 of them did it for one reason and one reason only, and that was to expand health care in their states. The outlier was Idaho. They did it for ideological reasons, and I say that kindly. They did it because they wanted to isolate themselves from the federal government, flat out. They had no intention of doing anything about insurance, anything past the minimum. All right, so they're the outlier. And they have been in trouble with the feds quite a few times over the years. And so we can't include them in the analysis. Of the states that implemented it, 4 of them, New York, Massachusetts, California, and Maryland, already had very extensive plans in place, had extensive medical capabilities in place. And they understood their constituents and they understood the problems. As a result of that, they were very early adopters. Because they were very early adopters, they were able to take care of a lot of federal subsidies. And because they were able to start early and because they knew what they had, their implementation was very straightforward. None of them did the implementations themselves, the actual nuts and bolts of setting the software. They hired people, but because they knew what they were doing, they wrote specifications that were very clear. And as a result of that, their software went very straightforward. The next 9 states, no, I'm sorry, the next 9 states, right, because Idaho doesn't count. The next 9 states did not understand their problems, and they had 3 areas of problems. They had problems with not understanding what their problems, healthcare problem was. They knew they wanted to get better, but they didn't know exactly what they wanted to do. Mostly what they wanted to do was subsidize the premiums, bring the premiums down, and subsidize insurance companies and plans so that they could get the deductibles down. They didn't know how to get there, and they didn't know precisely how to reach the information they needed. And as a result of that, their requirements were very poor. They didn't know how to get the output. They didn't have the input. This is a systems engineering problem, flat out. And as a result of that, they churned and churned and churned. And the software was a mess. And it took, in some cases, it took 5 more years to straighten it out.
How many for that group?
9 people, 9 states in that group. And I can give you a lot of details about what they churned on. That was one problem they had. The other problem that they had was that they didn't pass the right laws. You can't have any success if your brother-in-law is the one you hired to manage the process, which is what some states did. What? The other problem that they had was, as a result of the failure of those first 2 problems, they now had political problems. We don't have enough money, we have too much money, we don't know what we're doing, nothing is working, and it took 5 years. In fact, Rhode Island was kind of impressive in the fact that they actually get noted as the most improved healthcare system or exchange system of a state type. They went from a ridiculous 5 years that they now have 3.5% uninsured people. That's a
Very
huge
low number. That's great. Number.
impressive. And just so you know what the comparison is, Massachusetts, who was an early adopter, has 2.5% uninsured. Maryland was the first adopter. They actually had a plan. They actually had an exchange up and running as a prototype in 2011, way before anybody else. So those are the problems that they had and why they churned for 5 years. And why the software was very difficult, because they didn't have the requirements, and they didn't know their inputs, and they didn't know their outputs. Then we had the late adopters. In 2000, under the Trump administration, as you know, everybody knows, they started cutting back on healthcare. They got rid of tax credits, and a bunch of other things that they did to try and sabotage the plan. And in fact, they went to the Supreme Court, and they tried to vote it out, and we all know about the McCain savior of ACA. Those states, though, by that time, they had the education to know how to implement the plan. So they went to a state-based plan. mostly to subsidize premiums so they can get more people insured, because on the previous administration, they had lost so many people. The states have done some very innovative things. Now, over the 10 years, they've done some very innovative things. And I would have to say, Kentucky's attitude, and that's, I think, pervasive among all of them. Kentucky's attitude is that health care is a right, not a privilege. The states owe it to their constituents to have good health, good quality health care. I've said it flat out. But they've had a lot of political issues, but they're in very good shape right now. And now, as a result of this, there are software companies that can help you convert over to a state-based healthcare. There's no doubt about it. But the reason why that's not a turnkey operation is they don't know what you want to do. They don't know what you want to accomplish. New Hampshire has a problem. Their healthcare, uncovered healthcare is about 6%. Not great. Not the worst. I mean, 18% for Texas is the worst. We're 6%, not terrible. But our underinsured rate is pathetic. It's 20%. Are underinsured. People who have to go into debt so badly that they'll probably lose their jobs, lose their houses, to pay for the deductibles and the premiums that they have to pay. We could probably do something in that area. But the point of this is, nobody implements a state-based health care because, oh, I think I'll implement a state-based health care. It's a means to an end. It's like the fourth step in the process. The first step of the process is to decide if you have the will or the resources to improve healthcare. And do you have a goal in mind? Without that, there's no point to doing it because you're not going to save any money. If all you're using it for is to transition the healthcare from a federal-based healthcare to a state-based healthcare, it's not worth the effort, if that is all you want out of it. But if you want to get better healthcare out there, subsidize the plans, or do things like what Washington State implemented in 2019, a public option. It didn't work so well, and they're having a lot of problems, but they're not giving up. The other thing they implemented was health care for undocumented immigrants. Never going to get covered under the federal plan. They've churned on these, they've worked these kinds of innovations. This collaborative care, I saw one state that they're putting everything they've got into that because they believe that's going to get their drug problem down, and they believe they're going to get better coverage and cheaper coverage. This year, for the first time, Colorado is coming out with a public option plan, and their public option, they say, is going to save both them and the federal government $200 million because they can offer it at 23% lower premiums, and the state is, in effect, the insurance company. Washington had a lot of problems with insurance companies being against it. Whether Colorado succeeds or not, that's going to be something that everybody's going to be looking at. And there are some states watching that to see if that's going to work. But if we're not going to do something that's innovative, if we're not going to try to improve anything, then we're the wrong committee. We're not the, it's like, as I was using as an example, if what you have is a beautiful nail, and you're going to ask that nail company to go design you a house. I have a nail. I must want a house. That's crazy. We're in the middle. This doesn't belong with us. This belongs to the governor, or it belongs to the Health and Human Services. Do they want to improve the health care? If they don't, then we don't do this. And that's not our decision. We're not in that healthcare business to design the healthcare itself. That's not what we do. So I'm afraid my suggestion would be not do this and send it to the right committee and ask the sponsors to rewrite it and aim it to find out, do we want better healthcare? Other than that, we don't do this. And that's my recommendation. Doesn't belong here.
So if there was a study committee, the study committee should really be people who were, the goal is not about whether we want to convert it, but the goal is what New Hampshire should do to have better health care.
That's where it belongs. That's where it belongs. And it needs the governor to want to have the will to support that kind of an effort, because it's not a cheap effort.
Because states end up putting money into it. Is that
All
mean-
the states end up spending more money, but the cost of the actual implementation of the state-based exchange is the smallest part of it.
right? But the argument of this bill is it's supposed to save us money.
It won't because without the specifications, you're going to get garbage in, garbage out.
It might not, Mr. Chairman, because the point that Representative Spear is making is it will be dependent upon what kind of health care
Exactly.
we want to provide for people in New Hampshire.
Right.
If we design our own system, it could be more expensive, it could be less expensive. Ultimately, what comes into play here is the constitutional issue. The federal government effectively took this issue on and said, this is a national issue and we're going to impose the ACA upon all 50 states, because we can't tell the 50 states that they just have to do this. That's unconstitutional. But they provided for the states to be able to have their own systems. All right. So it was kind of a backdoor way to get states to into the program. So either do it our way or you can do it your way. Right. And so what's happening, and through the narrative that's been provided to us by Representative Spear, is that there are a number of states that in fact have decided to do that. And some of them have done it better than others for a variety of reasons that she has outlined. So yes, ultimately the question here is whether there is the political will, desire, and will in New Hampshire to design its own system, which may or may not cost more than the federal mandate. That's the question. And is that really what we're asking this study committee to do? Because she's right. This isn't just about money. This is about health care and what we want to do as a state. So is that what's being envisioned here through the study committee? It sounds to me, Representative Spear, in your analysis, that that's not clear to you. It's not clear that this study committee, through this body, is the right way to go about this.
You only implement based on history, based on the 18 states, including Idaho, if you have a goal in mind. This is the state-based exchange is a means to an end. It is one step in the process.
What's the goal?
You need to have a goal, and if you don't have a goal, then you don't move.
And there should be 50 goals from 50 states, and they're not going to be the same, because not every state population is the same, nor is its political will the same as to what it wants to do for its population.
And please understand, I believe that we need better health care. I'm not stopping that. What I'm saying is commerce is not where you do that.
So in terms of the duties in the committee now, are you saying these are these not good goals, or these are?
I think that the goals are okay as far as they go, but if they come through the Commerce Committee, the seriousness of it and the seriousness of it and the care that will go into coming up with a solution is not going to be there. It needs, in all honesty, if it wasn't something said by the governor, I don't see why we would move ahead.
To put
Because
this a
it
little
just
more
ain't gonna
bluntly,
happen.
I believe what Representative Spear is telling, at least what I'm hearing from her, is that if you want to get your car, if you have a medical problem, you don't go to an auto repair shop, right? So she's saying this is not the right committee. This is not where we ought to be doing this.
Well,
this
okay,
is
so-
a better place.
Well, this is not necessarily this committee. I mean, we could, it has right now 1 member in the Senate and 3 members of the House. We could absolutely say that those 3 members of the House should be Health and Human Services.
But if the governor isn't on board, if it didn't come from the highest, every single state that did implement it, every single state that did it came from the will of the governor to improve it. As the governor from Kentucky said, healthcare is a right. If they don't have that will at the top, If they don't have the information that says what has to be done, then it's not.
Fascinating.
Unless you want to take it on as an academic exercise, in which case I've done some of the work and I can help you.
No, not me. Okay, Representative Burrows.
I mean, even if you get 3 senators and 3 representatives, they're still not going to have the expertise that's needed to do it. They're not the appropriate people to do it. So I don't think it matters which committee it is. I just think it's the wrong group. Yeah, I mean, we're smart, but we're not that smart.
So what is your recommendation?
My recommendation, I hate to kill it because I believe we need good health care and I don't think our health care is good. This is not going to be the way
Okay,
we're going
so,
to get
but
there.
should we retain it so that we can find the right incentives, or should we just kill it?
No, don't just kill it. I mean, retain it and maybe we can talk to some people.
Okay.
And find out where it should go.
And I will put you charge of
So-
subcommittee to gather those people and help rewrite this language to inspire.
Oh, wait a minute. No, I'm not saying that we need, no, hold on. I'd be glad to talk to the people, to
Right.
anybody you think might be good.
Right.
But I don't know that we're going to come out with another set of legislation because you can't legislate from the bottom.
So, Mr. Chairman, what I'm hearing is if we're going to retain this, at the same time, Representative Spear is making the case for executive leadership.
Right.
That is from
Yeah.
the governor, because
Right.
what has to happen here is that there has to be huge amounts of public engagement to determine what the will of the people are or is for healthcare for its citizens. We're not going to do that through a study committee, and we're not going to do that through this committee. And the role of in our form of government, the role of the legislature, and I'm a legislator, but the role of the legislator is not the role of the executive. The role of the executive is the one, that's where the leadership has to come from, with the assistance of the legislative branch, in order to get something as gargantuan as this to be accomplished. As somebody who's not a huge fan of the ACA, let me just refer everybody back, nevertheless, to the fact this did not come from the Congress. This initiative did not come from the Congress. This came from the executive branch of government and from the President of the United States and those that worked within the executive branch collaboratively with the legislative branch, the Congress, in order to get this accomplished. I can't imagine that there would be an ACA today if President Obama had opposed it, to put it negatively so that everybody gets the point. We need executive leadership, and I don't know how you put that in a bill.
Okay.
Just a,
So,
well,
so
a
yes,
comment.
Representative McLeod.
You know, if you look at ACA, where did that come from? It came from Romney Care in Massachusetts.
Yes, it
That's
did, as
where
a
it
matter
came
of
from.
fact.
And so you had a governor that was on board from the beginning. And, you know, we don't know if we did all of this work and if Governor Sununu would veto it. So I don't know who would talk to the governor about this, but obviously it would make sense to make sure that he's on board, the executive committee's on board, before anybody proceeds on this.
I will say this, in looking at what the states did to come up with a successful plan, the research that went into figuring out what was required, what they wanted to, what the data was, even that's problematic for the state, was so expensive that in order to even satisfy this study committee to come up with what is required and to come up with what are our possible solutions could be expensive enough that at the committee level we could never do it. As a matter of fact, on those 4 states that were immediately successful, they were subsidized by the feds. They didn't do that by themselves. One of the states said it cost them $85 million to straighten out their implementation just to get it to work. $85 million. So before we start talking about whether or not we're going to start with a state-based, we better find out if there's any will, and therefore the resources, because it's not going to be cheap.
Representative Philo.
With respect to my colleagues, before Romney Care was Romney Care or Obamacare was Obamacare, it came from the bottom. It came from people wishing for these types of programs to happen. And I think that if we all know that when our constituents want something to happen, our email boxes will tell us that they want that to happen. And the number of emails that I've received on this bill are 0, which tells us that there's not much of a public outcry for a state-based insurance exchange, which makes this a bill in search of a problem. Would this bill be to reduce insurance rates? Maybe. Would this be to make a more user-friendly website? Maybe. Would this to be expand insurance coverage? Maybe. But we don't know because there's no public desire for this, which makes this the perfect bill to see the trash can.
I wasn't going to say that.
Ouch. ITL? Okay.
I'll make that motion. To ITL.
No, I would, okay, Representative Calabro
Oh, make it a Democrat.
moves
have it down.
inexpedient to
I changed my
legislate.
party today.
Seconded by Representative Burrows.
You
Okay.
didn't say anything.
All right, any discussion on the ITL motion?
Yeah.
No, we appreciate what you did and do the work on it.
Well, I appreciate the work that you've done.
Absolutely.
And also your candor, your analysis and your candor is very much appreciated. Because I agree, we all want better health care for everybody. The question is, how do we best accomplish that?
Yep.
And to have such a consensus on this committee is truly refreshing and heartening. Thank you.
Okay. Terry, Post, Priscelli, Hunt, Calabro, Spear, McAleer. All those in favor of inexpedient to legislate, please raise your hand. 7, 8. No. Okay, but motion passes 8-0. Sorry, Pete.